Hello. I may have slept in. I may or may not have not heard my alarm go off. I woke up and I was like, oh man, I slept great. What time is it? Stood up, walked over to where my phone normally sits. Just turned it on, I was like, oh shit. I'm meant to be streaming in 10 minutes. Whoopsie. Got the mini of the month and you're already done? What was the mini of the month for this month? Oh, it was the two clan rats, wasn't it? I mean, surely, Noah, you need to just deliberately take as long as you can painting them. Just put as much effort as possible into painting these clan rats. Make them look fucking phenomenal. 9.5 days till, or 9 days, wait, till your 2 field trips? What are you talking about? There's something about field trips? You don't have enough paint? You don't need to use paint colors. No, you can do a lot with limited colors. You can mix them together. Your 2 field trips in a row. I have no idea what you're talking about. I'm sorry. 9 days till something else. I see. I'm happy for you. About time. Look, I just like to say, I slept great. I'm glad. Thanks for your concern. Thanks for your congratulations on that. I had a phenomenal sleep last night. Still mad at my roasting. I still think that was fucking hilarious. Your early stream? Exactly, we're early. You weren't late now. Of course not, Rebellion. Of course not. I started streaming exactly when I intended on. Look, I decide when we're on time. No sound? Is there no sound, or has Troy got something going on? I feel like since Noah has been responding to what I'm saying, it's probably on Troy's end. Only 45 minutes late. I have no idea what you're talking about, Francois. I started exactly when I meant to. After I moved the start time back perfectly on time. I moved the start time back. I mean, I didn't move the start time back. We started exactly when we were meant to. "9 days? What are you referring to, Noah?" I think, what were we gonna do? Oh, we had the toes on this foot we wanted to do. We're gonna do the toes here. And then I think we were gonna start doing our heraldry. So it's gonna be the little hands on all of the white panels, and then figure out some symbols to put onto the red sections. Also, I can't enter the giveaway now. Oh yeah, no, I decided it was too much effort for me to bother doing the Oswex Tactics giveaway. It's like, I couldn't be bothered to do it on Facebook. So you take 0 responsibility for enabling my current 3D printing project. You are 100% responsible for that, Rebellion. You are not slipping out of that one. You clicked the notification like 9 hours ago and it was scheduled for 6 PM, not 6:45. It was altered. You sound crazy right now, Francois. the 24-hour stream speed painting Peruvian. That would be that would be fucked up. The issue is I I feel like I've said this before about 24-hour streams. It's like if I were to try stream for 24 hours, I feel like I would have like a solid 4 or 5 hours minimum where it is just me here, just on my own, just slogging through it while everyone else is asleep. 24-hour streams are unhealthy. Yeah, that too. You'd stay up all night if it was Saturday. I'd need to, I would definitely need to prepare hardcore for a 24-hour stream. I feel like with everyone's time zones, I'd have at least one person. Maybe. Maybe a 12-hour stream. I think a 12-hour stream would be a healthier alternative. That'd still be fucked up. Endurance streams scare me. Any Maccas today? No, I feasted on instant noodles and bacon, and it was glorious. What you painting? So this is my knight, my Armiger knight that I've got here. So it's a warglaive. I'm just finishing up some of the paint, some of the panels, and then we're going to go and do some heraldry. So for this one, I believe the way I wanted to do it was, we want 1 blue toe, 2 white toes, or 2 white toes, 1 blue toe. I think since it's World Eaters inspired, we want more white than blue, so we'll go 2 white toes, 1 blue toe in the middle. You've been up for 4 days straight, you start to hallucinate on day 2? That sounds terrifying. Hour stream with 2-hour mukbang in the middle. It was for a D&D tourney in the 90s, and there were drugs. People got hurt. Never again. What? What does a D&D tourney entail? Is that just like... Is it like old school D&D where it's just big-ass dungeon and just seeing who can beat it? round robin games, yeah, one dungeon and teams enter at different areas. Yeah, old school D&D with like the DM just with their own dungeon that they've made that's just this fucked up death trap. That seems like such a fun thing to try out at some point. But a lot of like people who play modern D&D they're not really into it for the war game aspect. They're into it for the role-playing game aspect, which is really annoying for like, because it's like feeds back into my issue with D&D 5th edition, where it's built to be like a simplified version of it's I don't know, it's built to be like a simplified version of D&D, so it's more accessible to role-playing game players. But it means that just like the war game aspect of it is just so poorly designed. It's such a pain. Like, you need to put so much work into it. I've gone on this rant before, but you need to put so much work in as a DM to make it challenging at all. Because if you go too hard, then your players are just getting one shot by high damage monsters. And you've got to be careful, because otherwise it can just turn into a slog of, oh, this monster has like 160 health and my players are level 3. Like, solo monster encounters are painful, but yeah. Currently building some flesh eater courts. Did you get the Battle Force box, or was this just a you just got some lying around? EDM, when you played, you did put out a timer because the group was full of brainlets. Yeah, I didn't have a timer, but I was like, I was hurrying people along. Like, come on, guys, you need to be thinking about what you're doing before your turn comes around. Okay, 30 seconds, go. But it, like, in the end, it's just like, it just gets bogged down anyway, you know? It's hard. Just be a head box. Oh, right, okay. 3.5E is the best, so I have heard, yeah. Yeah, I've heard that 3.5E has a lot of enthusiasts for it, because it's essentially just much more rules heavy. So it's more of a war game. So if your players are trying to do something, there are rules for it, and it's very dice crunchy. It's more of a game. You bet you know and listen to songs older than anyone in chat. I mean, if you're listening to like Mozart, then or like Beethoven, then those songs are older than anyone in chat. Do the opposite. We can be here all day to complete the adventure, or we can pay attention, maintain focus, and get through it in a couple of hours. It's up to you. Yeah, like a big issue that I encountered with my players quite often was just like the circular decision making, where they'd be faced with a problem, and they would overthink it to all hell and spend 2 hours figuring out how they're going to enter a cave before they even start the adventure. And then they would somehow come up with the single worst option. you're fine with, so as long as something is happening. It's when there's two or so people that refuse to compromise. Either you do what they want or they bitch and whine. Yeah, I don't think with my group it's necessarily that there were people who would refuse to compromise and then bitch and whine, so much as there were people who would refuse to compromise, and they were just more outspoken than the rest of the group, and so the rest of the group would just be like, okay, what do you want to do? Slash, there'd be someone who would refuse to compromise, but they wouldn't let their intentions be known until they just decided to do something wacko, and then all hell would break loose. It's just like, oh, okay, that's what you were doing? Shit. Like, I didn't want to do this, but this is literally what would happen if you do that. But yeah, like I've had, I ended up having to prepare a whole other session because I had one time when my entire, like my party, I had them in a dungeon underneath a dwarven city, which is like, basically there was this dwarven city called Greyhaven, which is like in the middle of the mountains, and so it was in a cavern underneath one of these mountains, quite far off, or quite a hike from the other dwarven cities, kind of isolated. So it's in this big cavern, and it's a walled city in the middle of a lake. And when you get to the middle of the, like when you get over the bridge to the city and go through the walls, you find that it's actually a big, like cylindrical pit going down into the deep into the earth. And then there's like walkways and shit going all across it, and buildings going down the pit. And so the city is essentially, it's an inverted tower that goes downwards. And it's like an ancient city that they're in the process of like excavating and like digging up the ruins and repopulating it. And so there's this dungeon that's pretty much right at the bottom that they need to go and get some shit from. And they find, well, and they're like in the middle of clearing this dungeon. And there's like, they're in a broken part of the dungeon where there's like a split in the ground that drops into like a ravine that goes down into darkness. And they end up fighting a bunch of hook horrors in there. And one of the bard in the party ended up standing a bit too close to the ravine, and a hook horror, which was just like, it was hanging onto the wall just underneath the lip of the ravine. It swung up at him, and with its first attack, it crit. Oh, sorry, with its first attack, it hit him and pulled him closer, dealing a lot of damage. And then its second attack, crit, dealing so much damage that it overkilled him and instantly killed him. And so I was like, okay. As it like swings up, its claw just bisects you and pulls both halves of your body down into the hole. And then the rest of the party finished the encounter, and they were like, "Fuck, we gotta get the so this guy's name is Gobzo, and they're like, we gotta get Gobzo's body back." And the guys did not know Revivify at this point. They had no revival spells. They just wanted to get his body. And they spent like the rest of the session deliberating on what to do, and then ended the session with all of them jumping down into this ravine. And I was like, what the fuck, guys? Okay, I won't stop you, but sure. And so then for the next session, I had to go and prepare like what's at the bottom of this ravine. I'm like, fuck, what is down here? Okay, well, this dungeon is basically a fortress that is built to prevent all the fucked up things from the Underdark from coming up into the Dwarven City. So they're dropping down into the Underdark now. This is fucked up. And so then I had to prepare a whole other session for them just going down to retrieve Gobzo's body. And yeah, it like pretty much that's just my entire DMing experience. Is something happens, players go on a complete detour, just dodge half of the shit that I've prepared, and I need to prepare more shit. It was just like, I don't know. It came to be too much. You learned early on to prepare the broad strokes and win the rest. Oh yeah, no. I would like to say I mostly wing my shit with my players, and it's still hard because they just go so left of field. It's like, what the fuck? D&D players are so incomprehensibly stupid sometimes, like taking 3 hours to open an unlocked door. Yeah, it's pretty awesome. That's like, I feel like one of the things I learned early on with my players was they will not do things unless prompted. So I very early on had to learn that like every 5 minutes, not like probably not even every 5 minutes, but like pretty much every time I introduce something, I'll like introduce it and go, all right, what are you guys doing? All right, are you guys going forward? Are you standing there? What is your character doing while this is happening? Because my players will just like sit there, just like politely sit there, hands in their laps, just watching, just waiting for something to happen. And I'm like, mate, you need to do something. I'm just here to tell you what's there. You need to do something. Have your players had 3-hour shopping sessions yet? Oh, absolutely, mate. That was an early encounter of my that was probably one of the earliest things that's happened in my DMing career. And look, those are fun. For the players that were involved in them, those were fun. Just like coming up with the wacky shopkeepers and just like having a dynamic with them. Those were good times. It was just like less entertaining for the players who didn't want to be shopping for 3 hours. But yeah, I had like a session where our half-orc barbarian basically just went on an adventure in this sort of rundown town. He was just like finding bakeries and shit. And then he accidentally stumbled upon a drug deal happening in an alleyway. And he ended up like threatening the dealer into giving him the money he was just paid, while the guy who bought the shit escaped through a crevice. Like, it's good stuff. Had a dragon burn down half your Minecraft house. Oof. Oh, hang on. Is this the Fire and Ice mod you've got? Because the dragons in that mod are deeply fucked up. Like, unbelievably fucked up. Emperor wasn't happy. You had have a chest full of eggs and his brethren chilling on floating platforms. I see. How wear his skin. Poor guy. One of your players is a Kenku lizard man hybrid who thinks if he has sex it will kill him. Is currently wearing clothes that are cursed with the soul of Ernesto the Musketeer. What the fuck? That is a player character, alright. What the fuck? That's awesome. You burnt your house, no poor guy. No, he's a poor guy. He didn't know any better. Spend 6 hours on your house. Half of it is Ash the bastard. Look, he was just he was trying to rescue his brethren. He was a kind soul. Twat is what he is. Well, he's dead is what he is. DM is horrible at implementing anything that he hasn't planned, so he has 0 improv skills, which makes him which makes playing a slog. You know, there's a solution to that. The solution is you be the DM. As someone cursed with being the forever DM in my group, the solution is you can try being the DM. You might like it. It's fun. Take over, enjoy yourself. Yeah, you could also you can sort of take on a pseudo DM role if you play a support character. Like whenever I'm playing as a player in my online group, where I thankfully am not the DM, I find that I'm just always playing as like a support character, and so I will just be there to like hurry the party along or do silly stuff. I never want it to be a serious character. It's supposed to be a break from DMing. Ah, I see, I see. You'd play games like Champions in the 80s and 90s. Each person would DM short adventures for an hour or two every session. Worked out great. I feel like it would be easier back then as well, because the expectation is would be less on having lots of like role-playing encounters, and it'd be much more on having like a combat encounter or like a short dungeon or something where it's like you need to get here, get this, get out, as opposed to like investigate the shady dealings of the Baron. Just finished a D&D campaign where you actually made Pilter from Zorn, but with a massive musical theme. Like every boss specialized in different instruments. The BBEG played the piano, so his fight you actually played the piano. I see. Everyone tries to be Matt Mercer or Brennan Lee Mulligan. Well, I mean, can you blame people for trying to be Brennan Lee Mulligan? He is fucking awesome. Like, I'm not that into Matt Mercer, but Brennan Lee Mulligan is a fucking phenomenal DM. Holy shit. On an NPC with a party when you're the DM, it's the opposite. He only reacts and answers questions, never offers solutions or suggestions, never causes trouble for the party. Yeah, I really like the idea. I rarely run NPCs with the party, because the party members, like my players, would rely on them for everything. But I really like the idea of running like an NPC with the party who just obviously has the worst ideas and is just like very clearly just stupid. Just like the players are like, oh, what should we do here? And then the NPC's just like, oh, we need to break in, straight ahead, go, 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 or just something like just completely the worst idea possible. Tell them where did the writing channel go? I mean, you said you were taking an extended break and no one else was contributing. So it has been archived. Also, because if that is the sort of stuff that, if all we are going to be getting in there is just kind of like smut, I don't think it's not really, not really all that appealing to me to have in the Discord. That was art. I understand that was your artistic expression. I just don't think that it quite meshes with the theming of our gallery. Gone, reduced to atoms. Are you gonna get the Emperor's Children Combat Patrol? Most likely not, Noah. I'm not a huge Space Marine guy. Like, the minis are very cool, but yeah, I'm just not that interested. I will be getting the Eldar Combat Patrol when it comes out. That is going to be very cool. Excited for that. You know, a campaign has 3 NPCs that hire the PCs, but your entire party decided to roll up elves together, so you started them off in a different part of the world than when you normally run your campaign. The cool purple addicts, yeah, they are cool purple addicts, but they're Space Marines. It's kind of just like, Gonna get Fulgrim and add his pecker. Where would you put it? He's a snake. Like, where on his body would it be? Besides, if you're not that much of a Space Marine guy, why do I have World Eaters? Did you notice I haven't painted them in a very long time? In fact, I haven't painted them at all. I primed them and then didn't paint them at all. He's got a cloaca now. True. He's got that weird, he's got like the Uzi that's like stapled back. Still bought them? I did, but also they're very cool. The difference is that they're very cool. Hello everybody. Hey Theodore, how you going, mate? Good, you? Yep, not too bad. We're getting there. Making decent progress on our knights, which I'm happy about. I'm making even better progress on my my Tower Riptide suit. But yeah, I reckon that we should have a much better pace for finishing this than we had going with our Questoris knight. How should you make money? I've given you suggestions, Noah. Find something in your neighborhood that people need doing, and just offer to do it. Like, if there are old people, offer to shovel snow for them. Deliver leaflets for real estate agents. Yo, you chill on the spam, please, Mac Mac. You know what Slash would say? No, Francois, chill. This is a child you're talking to. Have you been in the hobby? I've been doing this since, man, I don't know, like mid 2022, maybe start of 2023 is when I got into it. So not a super long time. Get a tiny bit. I think I can get a slightly lighter point just on the top of that toe now. Let's go a little bit of our white ink just on its own. Water it down a lot. Get a teeny bit of blue mixed in with it. There we are. Should just be able to... There we are. Oh, that actually looks really nice. Like how that's turned out. Okay, so I think now I'll do the metallic trim on the toes, and then we'll be good to start doing our little freehand red handprints on all the white panels, which is going to be absolutely nightmarish. But yeah, that's gonna be fun. What could go wrong? Now I have a Broodlord, Swarmlord, Norna Simulator, Tyrannofex, Psychophage, 3 Leapers, Elector, 3 Tyrant Guard, Winged Prime, 50 Termagant, 7 Rippers. Don't ask why you have 7 Rippers and 5 Gods. Look, that is a lot of large Tyranids. That is a lineup. That's really cool. Ooh, I'm gonna need to clean up the rim of this pot lid because it is not closing properly. There we are. And didn't get any paint on my fingers, it was all dried. Nice. Bet you can name a paint I don't have. Yep, you probably can, but go ahead. What is the paint? Rattling Grime? I do not have Rattling Grime. Which metallic is that? This is Hershut Copper. This is probably my favorite gold. Yeah, it is really, really nice. Like, that's what I've used for all of my gold trims. Bet peeling that paint was satisfying. It was. Skull Crusher Brass is good too. I'll have to look into that one. I haven't seen it before. But yeah, Hershut Copper was one of the first paints I got. And yeah, I am very glad that I got it early because it's just, like, I used that initially for my my Farsight stealth suits and broadside suit. I was going to say that I had Farsight himself. I wish. He's always out of stock. You can never get him. Like, I live in Australia. No one lives in Australia. And he's still never, like, he's still never in stock. Farsight's in stock right now, check. I will have a look. but I have a feeling he won't be in stock in Australia. But yeah, I'll have a quick look in a second. I'll just do these toes. They restock them monthly. Oh, okay, is that how they do it? By the way, do we know when the Eldar, what's it called? The Eldar Combat Patrol is being released? Oh, so it's out of stock in the US? I don't know. Hang on, I thought they restock monthly. It's only been 3 days. I guess 2 days for you guys. He's a cool model. He is. That's why I want to get him. Go to my local game store and ask them to order him for me. Yeah, I know I can do that, but the issue is my local game store isn't exactly local. It's like 40 minutes on the bus. They're like, I'm only really going to do that if I'm going in to buy something else while I'm at it. So it's currently available on Amazon in Ohio for $55 and they have 20 in stock right now. I don't know how relevant that is to me, but congrats anybody who lives in Ohio. Do people have them on Amazon for me as well? Maybe. Mr. Sheldon, yours is 40 minutes away and you make sure to go every other week the day they restock. You have to get your dad to drive you. Get good, stop making excuses. I will make excuses whenever I want, mate. Also, Mac, this is a trade-off for you. You realize that if I pick a day to go into the local game, if I pick a day to go into the game store, that's a day when I could have been streaming. Is that what you want? Do you want me to go into the game store more frequently at the cost of a stream day? Because I'm happy to do that if you don't want me streaming for a day. Stream the trip in. You think Australian internet is good enough for real life streaming? As long as you don't get Tau. That's literally what this conversation is about, Mac, is getting Tau. A game store whole YouTube short. That would be unbelievably painful. Because I would go broke very quickly. The trip in, but the issue is I might get ganked by some of by some of the people in Brisbane that that know that I stream. I don't want to get ganked by by Brisbane viewers because I know there are some. You go every other weekend. Your store's like 15 minutes away. Yeah, I miss when I was living in Japan and it was like I had the Akihabara store, which was like so close to my university. I would go there every afternoon, and the Akihabara store was fucking insane. Craziest Warhammer store ever. He might be on Amazon Australia right now. Yeah, I might have a look on Amazon, see if I can find Farsight on there if I get desperate. But like, I'm not in a huge rush or anything. Friendly local game store's like 10 minutes away. Yeah, I wish that was me, but unfortunately, the way that Australian zoning works is Australian city design has taken all of the worst aspects of American city design. So it's just we have suburbs upon suburbs upon suburbs and no stores near them, and just roads going everywhere. So public transport is fucked. So yeah, it's pretty rough trying to get to places. Is the armor almost done? I don't know if I'd say it's almost done, Noah. We haven't done any heraldry yet, and that's where the time investment really comes from. I'm not in a rush for Eldar to buy it. No, but I'm worried that the combat patrol might just sell out and not come back. Also, I've heard that the combat patrol is very good value, so I don't want them to potentially edit it or just inflate the price of it after they realize that it's too good value. I live in Australia then. Noah, I spawned here. I spawned here, mate. Just like how you spawned in Canada, in a suburb where everybody uses snow blowers, so you can't get paid to shovel snow. I spawned in Australia, where the urban planning is dog shit and the public transport is horrible. Like, sometimes you just don't have an option, mate. Don't think you've ever taken public transport. Look, when public transport is good, it is so good. You can sleep on the bus. Like, for me, university days, like coming home from university, I would sleep on the bus, and it was like the most magical experience. You just kind of like you know what the corners feel like when you're getting close to your stop, and you just wake up. And I could have stayed in Japan. Not true, Noah. I was there for a year because I had a university visa. I had a student visa. You need to have a pretty good reason to stay in Japan long term. You've owned your own car ever since you were 16. Yeah, the thing is, like, I haven't really, like, I don't need a car because I can just walk into work. It's a half-hour walk and it's fine. And I don't really go places, and the public transport is painful, but not non-existent. So I can go to the city if I want to, and, like, driving into the city is fucked anyway, because there's parking and, like, all that sort of shit. So it's not untenable, but it's just painful. Man does not encourage foreigners to live there. Yeah, they, it is quite hard to live there as a foreigner. But you have something that I don't? Yeah, I would not be surprised by that, Noah. Called basic first aid training. Yep, I won't argue with you there. I do not have basic first aid training. But Noah, I bet I have something that you don't. It's called minis to paint. Whoops. Shells what Noah's zero Dan. It's just too easy, I'm sorry. And you bet you have something that I don't have much of, free time. Yo, Noah, I literally stream for like 5 hours, 4 days a week. I have nothing but free time, mate. I probably have more free time than you. I don't have to go to school. You have 8 hours of free time a day. Are you saying that school hours are free time? You know, I have more free time than you. You work 50 to 60 hours a week. Yeah, that's fucked up. I fear the full-time working week. You have another thing on me, it's called not having to pay rent and those are non-school times. Well, I mean, Noah, the difference between you and I is you may not have to pay rent, but you also don't have an income. And my income outweighs my rent. Warehouse work in which you are forklift certified. Oh shit, that is okay. Rebellion, that's sick as hell. Forklift certified. Let's go. Gluing so much flesh to your minis. Super glue, yay. You making flayed ones? Real flayed ones. Just super glue flesh from your fingers onto them. You know what else we've got that now doesn't have hair on our balls? Yeah, but I don't know if hair on our balls is necessarily like something to brag about. Like, ball hair is gross as hell. Like, I don't think I'm necessarily proud of ball hair. What's up, people? Hey, Gavin, how you going? You shave everything, everything. Mac is the skin man. Like, no hair on his body at all. Shiny person. You know, but friends first here. Oh, I can see what you're saying, Theodore. Did I miss something? Oh, wow, yeah, I see you haven't. Hang on. Okay, sorry, sorry, Theodore. I just missed everything you were saying. That's fucked up. You're not old enough to go in and ask for wax. Is wax like an age-related thing? Is that age restricted? How did I not see Theodore crying out for help? Yeah, I missed it as well. It's fucked. You get laser hair removal. Laser hair removal on my balls would be like nightmare treatment. That is like that would be fucked. If I had easy access to a place and people to play Warhammer with, what army would I play with? I do have access to people to play Warhammer with now. So one of my friend's younger brothers and his friends, they play Warhammer. So what I'm working on at the moment is getting my Knights army to be functional, and also working on my Tau, which I have a good backlog of. So Tau and Knights are what I'm working on at the moment. And the two guys who I know who play, they run Slanesh Demons and Thousand Suns. Alright, that's those toes prepped. So now you know what time it is. It's time to check, see if Farsight is in stock. Alright. I don't want to play Tyranids. I mean, I've got Leviathan, but I feel like making a Tyranid army would just be too painful. Hey, let's go! Warhammer! $40K. Ninos. Tau. What have we got? Commander Farsight, temporarily out of stock. Motherfucker! Amazon though too though, and you looked. I'm not in that much of a hurry. I've still got so many Tau to paint anyway. Okay. Noah can buy one and ship it. True. Hey Noah, could you buy me a copy of Farsight? You'd do that for me, wouldn't you? Why not? No money? Come on, don't be like that. Surely we can work something out. What of the holiday boxes have I painted? Well, so currently I'm working on, this armature is from that holiday box. So right now, I've got, yeah, one armature warglaive that I'm working on, and then I've also got behind me, back over that way, I've got a Tau Riptide suit, which I've made good progress on. If I pay triple, sure. You don't have to be like that, Noah. Wish you could destroy me with your Tyranids. Look, don't worry, I will probably get destroyed by anybody I play with anyway. So, like, if I get to the point where I'm playing games, I will keep you posted on how it is going, how I am getting annihilated. Yeah, that your army's built to counter both of mine. I see. Do knights and Tau struggle with horde armies? You need to pay for shipping and nearly across the world. That'd probably be like $80. And when he is $80, $80 profit. What do you say? I reckon I'll pass on that, Noah. Appreciate the offer, but I guess after careful consideration, I probably have to say no. Tau lives for high armor infantry and vehicles. Right. Your loss? Yeah, I did just lose an opportunity to pay an exorbitant amount of money for a mini that I don't particularly need at the moment. That one of the few armies you can't counter because it's so versatile. Yeah, well, because you've got lots of vehicles, you've got lots of infantry, you've got lots of melee, like all that sort of shit. Like Tau, you can just, yeah, I feel like Tau you can probably just build for anything. Okay, that's probably fine for the white and grey on the toes. So now the bit I was avoiding. Let's paint some hands. Oh, a hand print icon. Okay. Probably want something like that. Open it. Tab. I'm just gonna have this open so that I can look at it while I work on this shit. called guerrilla warfare. That's the wrong kind of guerrilla, Agent Smith. I guess that's the correct kind of guerrilla for the behavior you're describing. Pile of Shame YouTube short one. Maybe. Yeah, I think that's probably fit for a YouTube short. Have you played Warframe recently? I have not touched Warframe in many years. You're designing something new? Uh-oh. Alright. Moment of truth. This is going to be our first try at one of the handprints. Can't spell for shit, mate. No, Agent Smith, that is guerrilla behavior that you have described. Just smashing someone's minis if they beat you. Okay. Uh-oh. Oh, hang on, that's not in focus. Oh, the paint dried on my brush. Okay. There's our fingers. Then we need to do the shape of the hand. It'll be like... So you've ignored me? No, sorry, sorry Theo, I've just been focusing very hard on this. How's Frank? Are you referring to the man that I dismembered? Because his body parts are scattered behind my monitor somewhere. He did not make it to the base. This is really stressful. Also, the paint dries on my brush so quickly. Because I need, like, this really fine tip to be wet. But it dries almost instantly. Need an extended dry dish soap? Maybe. Although, look at that palm print. Holy fuck. That goes hard. For a first time freehanding a handprint, this is going pretty well. Use a bigger brush with a longer ferrule. Well, I mean, I could load more into the ferrule. Like, there's still plenty of room in the ferrule, see? But the issue is that it's just the tip is going to struggle. Because it's just the tip that's drying out. Also, what did I do the Neurotyrant? I finished the Neurotyrant. I did a whole video on that, so you can actually, if you just find the video on the channel, if you want, you can just skip to the end and see how he turned out. But I'm quite happy with how the Neurotyrant turned out. Clean the brush, dip in water, then paint. Yeah, that's what I'm doing every now and then when it dries out. It is disassembled. He's Frank. Oh, if Frank is the Neurotyrant, then he's finished. I thought you were talking about the Zangor that I dismembered. Holy shit, what a handprint! I think that with the thumb, I made it look slightly less good. But I reckon we've still done pretty well for a first one. Feel that hand is fire? Yeah, now I just need to do like 20 more of these. I accidentally made a mistake at the bottom of the handprint. Might need to see if I can clean that up with some white. I reckon it's good enough. We'll do a few more handprints and then we might come back through and clean this up. But yeah, that's not bad, I reckon, for a first try at doing a handprint. Am I doing to that once awesome palm? Yeah, I feel like I probably shouldn't have filled in some of the sections of it. Yeah. Ah, well, we can do other ones that'll look good. I now know what works and what doesn't. You'll have many of these, so we have time to practice. One might be a bit big. Yeah, I think this one's a little bit big, but we'll, it'll be right. Frank must be shown whenever you get a chance, or if you can't, that's okay. Yeah, I'll do this hand and then I'll show you how the Neuroturret turned out. I think these fingers need to be a little bit longer just looking at them. paint has dried. Motherfucker. Yeah, painting with a super fine brush is such a nightmare. Okay, I think with the way this has turned out, I might need to put the thumb on this side. But yeah, this hand is going to be massive. Master pay for the injustice of forgetting his name, be sacrificed to the glory of the hive mind and to his lord, Johnny. So it's too great. Even for Uncle Ara to forgive. Yeah, his handprint's way too big. I think the palm needs to be slightly longer as well. The Titan that I showed in my short is 3D printed. Believe it or not, Jesus, that is not a Titan. That's an Imperial Knight. Yeah, it is 3D printed. Okay, so to make this and less shit, change the angle of the thumb slightly. That I think is better. I think we need to thicken the bottom edge of the palm print. Like that. There, yeah. I think that's a little better. I think the ring finger looks a bit off. I think it needs to be a tiny bit longer. Yeah, we'll make the ring finger and the middle finger marginally longer. Yeah, I think that's better. I think we've largely salvaged that hand. It's definitely too big, though. I think we want to do them more like that size. I think I need to also this really fine line here. I need to join that a little bit thicker because it looks kind of out of place with just the single micro line. Like that. There we are. I reckon that's better. Okay, let's see if we can get lots more small handprints like that. But, Theodore, I promised to show you what the Neurotyrants turned out like. So, one sec, I'll go and grab him. Would you ever play Age of Sigmar, or do I? Probably wouldn't. I have got rat ogres that I have, I've painted a couple of Skaven rat ogres, which are these guys here. I'll just show you because I've got them right here. I'm a big Skaven fan, love them. And then there's this one here. I really like how I did the skin tones on this one. With like the pustules on the back. You okay? That was a noise? I was stretching. But yeah, I like how I did the skin tones on there where it got the boils. But yeah, the Neurotyrant. So we've got his babies first up. To here. So this was the first one, experimenting around with how to do the brain. This was the second one. Frank. Okay. And then we've got Frank himself. Came along quite nicely. And then there's the base. Love the glow. Yeah, the glow came out quite well. Quite happy with that. And I really like, I used dry pigments for the rusty pipe down here, and I really like how that turned out as well. Love the base. Yeah, the base came out pretty well as well. The ripples on the goo probably could have been done better. But yeah, it came along pretty well. Do I name my miniatures? Not really. The people in chat tend to name my miniatures. Well, you're gonna have to go on it. Righto. I'll catch you later, Theo. Now we're back to doing tiny handprints. See if we can zoom this in a little bit. Okay, yes, we need tiny ones like that. The smaller the handprint, the better it looks. I think that index finger is a little too close. I wonder if I can fix that up with a little bit of white paint. Yeah, I'll just have to let that dry. Okay, I need the paint on my palette's dried out a little bit. I'm gonna need to get fresh paint. This will be good though, if I can get the shape of the palm right. And I'm deliberately not putting this red paint on the wet palette because I don't want it to thin down too much, because if it thins down too much, pigments might split or it might run once it's on the model. So I'm just very deliberately just thinning it with a bit of water on my brush. Yes, he's back. Welcome back, Noah. They may make a request. What is your request, Noah? My favorite abhumans from Astra Militarum. What are the cat girls? Your next request is for the next stream to be a build stream. We'll see how that goes. Answer is going to be probably no. Really, the felinids? I think the only abhumans I know are ratlings, ogrins, and felinids. Okay, how can I fix this hand? It's a bit wonky. I think the index finger needs to be longer and less thin. Oh, sorry, so it needs to be longer and thinner. Voten should totally count. Well, they are abhumans, but they're not Astra Militarum. Oh, I've made a mess of it. I fucked it up. Might be able to clean it up with white paint. I don't know how I got the shape of the fingers so good on my first try. I think it was because I did them in one stroke. Also, oh, hang on. The shape of the palm is way off. I think this can be salvaged. I need to clean up. I think if I clean up the finger shape and extend the palm, I think we can make this look good. I need to make the fingers look less scratchy. Oh, that's horrible. Okay, let's just do the palm. Oh, hang on. Oh, the brush is so wet and thin. Yuck. Every time I touch it, it just gets worse. It just needs to be a diagonal. Going up like that. How was my first handprint so good and all my subsequent ones have been dog shit? I'm getting worse at handprints the more I do. I need to slow down a lot. I think I was so impressed with how easily I did the first handprint that I was like, this is easy. And I just started going way too quickly and making mistakes. Here we are. I'm fixing up the shape of the fingers at least. Okay, do you guys prefer a Felinids kill team or more Tau units and mech? I already have a lot. Yeah, I reckon Felinids would be cool. But more Tau, I will never complain about more Tau mechs. As a Imperium hater, as a Xeno sympathizer, I won't say no to more Tau. think the reason these fingers look so good is because they are just one stroke. It's not like lots of scratchiness. I just managed to get the fingers perfect in each stroke there. They're like all the subsequent tiny strokes just sort of really hurts the cleanliness of the fingers on the other two. You know what, fuck it. I might just redo these fingers. Rather than try to salvage them, we'll just redo them. The palm is okay now, but the fingers are not that salvageable. Gambling stream when? Never. I'm not. What the fuck? Think I have the money to gamble with? Oh, I'm making a mess. One sec. I'm just gonna go and fill my glass of water while I try to let this shit dry, and then I'll come back and try to fix that handprint. Why don't I just paint my hand and use my handprint? My handprint? True, Reese. Good idea. Hey, how can we do this? This is gonna be such a pain. Because it's not a perfect white that I'm trying to restore as well. I'm gonna need to go over it in white and then try to restore the grey gradient around it. Okay, and I guess while we let that dry, let's try do another handprint elsewhere. See if we can avoid making mistakes like we have so far. Am I almost done yet? No, not quite, Mac. We're making progress though. I'm liking how these hands are looking. I think these will look really good when we have them all over all the white panels. Oh, it's atrocious. Okay, rather than try to restore it, we'll just turn this into the palm. Just turn that into the palm and put the fingers higher up. Yeah, I reckon that's a good palm shape. See if we can do the fingers properly this time. It's a bit gross. The middle finger's way too thick. I might be able to clean that up though, because it's in the light area. So that might be salvageable. So you're half done, need to get some more talks. What are you working on at the moment, Technic? Fulvus Blackstar. Ah, oh, righto. I think I can probably afford to go through on that palm print that I'm doing there. I can probably afford to go back through with white along this section of the palm to white that out. I think that'll work. So that'll be with white coming back up this way. But let's go back and do the fingers on the other handprint that we were fixing. It's on this one here. How good is the paint? Should be fine. So isn't quite perfect, but I think we can adjust the palm to suit the fingers. Yeah, I reckon that's not atrocious. So if I bring these fingers down a little closer to the palm, bring the palm up a little, and then white out a little bit more of it, I think that one's serviceable. Like, if the top of the palm is less flat, I think that'll do a lot. Yeah, honestly, I think that's fine. We just need to clean up the thickness of those fingers, and I think that palm print is pretty good. The little finger needs to be a little bit thinner, a little bit shorter. Index finger needs to be a little bit thinner, and I think that's fine. Want to do one more palm print down here, and then a couple at the back here. just need to smooth out some of the grotty texturing I'm getting from this white paint that I'm using to clean up the edges. I think what I'll do is I'll come back through with some grey paint to get the gradient back, and hopefully that should be useful in smoothing out some of the gross white pigment. Hey, I say, this is good enough for the time being. Somehow, our best handprint is still the first one we did. I really need to work on this. I need to figure out how I managed to do that first one so nicely. I think really it's just the shape of the fingers. Also, I need to clean up the fingers on this one. You seen the Isaac Araman Heresy model? I have. It's quite nice. Imagine being able to be precise. Yeah, I kind of have to be precise here. It is non-negotiable. Because the cost of fucking up is quite high since I'm working over white. Okay, so for this bit, you draw the shape of the hand. man. Okay, I think the shape of this palm is gonna be good. Also, I feel like when I'm painting these, the hands are massive, and then when I pull the mini away from my face and look at it, I'm like, holy fuck, these handprints are tiny. I think from a distance, it looks really good. You know what else is tiny? My penis. Microscopic, in fact. I have yet to see it. What a humble man. What do you mean humble? I'm bragging. It's been a few months since we talked about Noah's love life. Was it Noah's love life we were talking about, or Chaos's love life?
You know what else is massive? My mom!
Thought it was Noah? No, I'm pretty sure it was Chaos. You've seen my Titan Knight of my shorts. It's the Peruvian is going to be quite large. Still don't understand why low taper fades are a meme. Is it just because it's a dog shit haircut? Oh, my red paint's dried again. Like everyone to know that if you're ever in the Discord VC or something, it's because you're under the influence. Good to know. Incognito doesn't like joining VC. Wait, do you not have the Discord app? Do you use Discord browser? Okay, this handprint is a little bit wonky. The fingers are bent oddly. It's not great. Some guy was doing a multiple-hour long singing stream. At some point he said, imagine if Ninja got a low taper fade, blew up for a few weeks. A month later, Ninja brings it up and goes, you know, oh, it's crazy, low taper fade meme is still massive. Eddie was dragging it, but it became even funnier, and the OG stuff became, okay. I see. I don't see, but I see. Basically, it was a meme. It was a meme. It was a Ninja meme. Hands looking clean. Nah, I reckon the best one is still the first one we did. Like, the first one here is still the best. Like, this one's gross because the fingers are all over the place. This one's way too big. This one I had to course correct so much. This one, the fingers are fat. I'll need to correct that. But from a distance, it looks fine. Like, when I hold it down here... Like, when I hold it down here, it looks pretty good. Big one has an Ogren hand. Sure. Bottom left is the only one that looks off. Yeah, this one's also pretty. This one here is also pretty bad. Thankfully, the bottom left one is like fully in my, fully in the gray section, so it's a lot easier to clean up. Like, I think the fingers on the bottom left one are a little bit better. I think the index finger needs to move a little to the right, or the palm print needs to shrink in a little bit from the right-hand side. I think that might actually be it. I seen the Lord of the Rings movie, then Ham's remind me of the Uruk-hai. True, actually, yeah. with the white hand of Saruman. Yeah, I reckon if I shrink this in a little bit from the right, we can fix the, I think it'll look a lot better. You know, cheat when you get around to finishing the shoulder. I have made sure all freehand falls under the base color and not gradient. Can't be asked fixing gradients. Yeah, this is going to be a pain when I have to come back here and fix the gradients up here. Because up here I had to do a lot of edits, and so you can see where it's white just in the middle of the gray section. There's going to need to be a lot of work done there around the handprint. You ever do a handprint is going to be based off your hand and it's going to fuck with people? Do you have a fucked hand? I think this handprint is almost there. Almost salvaged this. I think the only thing left on this finger, or this hand now, that's making it look weird is the finger, or the ring finger. I think if I fix the ring finger, we should be okay. Fun to think that all OG world leaders would have their 30k armor if they just washed it. Yeah, it's just so bloody. When you open your hand fully, you have an enormous gap between your middle finger and your ring finger. Also, all your fingers are sort of fucked. Are all sorts of fucked. I see. Maybe that's why you can paint so fast, is you've got some weird biological advantage in your hands. Yeah, I think this hand is pretty much safe. I think if I just redo the thumb now, we should be okay. All bloody handprints would be perfect even IRL. Oh yeah, of course, but I just want them to look like they came from an actual hand. Because if the shape is not like that of an actual hand, then it won't be good. Like, then it's not believable. There we are. I'm pretty happy with that. That's fine for me. Do a smear effect on one. I feel like that would be even harder. I think this pinky just needs to be cleaned up a little. Cool. I'm happy with that. Yeah, I'm fine with that. I'll just need to fix the gradients. Okay, so one more hand here. And then I'll need one, two, probably three along this back U shape. And then that'll be enough for the cockpit, I reckon. Looks great, man. You should be proud. I only realized how hard painting was when you tried it. No, thank you. Yeah, I think Terminator Eyes was in right pain. Yeah, eye lenses are a bitch. Check the Discord when I get a moment. Thank you, sir. Yep, I'll have a look once I finish this hand here. I think the fingers of this hand are quite nice. They're similar to the first set that I did. Paint normal units. This is a normal unit, Mac. This is infantry right here. I'm literally painting the infantry. This one okay? I think this might be okay. Oh, actually, I think this might be good. Yeah, that might be a good hand that we just did. And then I went and ruined it with that finger. Oh, actually, this might be my best handprint yet. Oh, that's beautiful. I'm leaving that one as is. Look at that. Holy shit, love that one. The ring finger's a little wonky, but I think that's probably really good. I'm scared to touch it any further. Well, actually, maybe I might bring the palm a little bit closer to the thumb there. Bring the palm up a little. And down a little here. There we are. Yeah, I'm really happy with that handprint there. That's a good one. Okay, what did you want me to have a look at in the Discord? Good evening, sir. Hi, Ian. Hello, Soda Pop. How you going? Oh, knuckles. Everything is very stiff from leaning forward and trying to hold super still there. Alright. In minis, I'm looking. Oh, wow. Okay. That is a very nice looking aircraft you've got going there. Very cool, Technic. Really clean stripes you've got. Procrastinating so hard, you've got 6 armages to build and paint. Mate, I am in the same boat. Not 6 armages, I've only got 4. But then I've got a Questorus, and a Lancer, and an Acheron, and a Perithian in the works. It's gonna take a while. Thank you, they took you hours? Yeah, I can tell. It's so smooth, that paint job. Okay, so I reckon, we'll want a handprint there, there, and there, I reckon. You reckon we do 3 or 4 more handprints here? Maybe 4. I think 3 might look a little empty. Just gonna clean up this handprint in the middle here. You learn that to slow you down, you just need to freehand straight lines. You won't stop until they're straight. Yep, it's it is definitely a an ordeal trying to get your freehand lines straight. But it's so satisfying. There we are. That hand actually looks quite good now that I've fixed up the thickness of the fingers. Maybe index finger needs to be a little thinner still. There we are. That's good. I actually like that hand now that I've fixed up the fingers. Gone from my least favorite hand to one of the ones that I like a little bit more. If I use a different color red, I can stack the handprints. Oh my god. Oh, that could actually be really cool. We'll see. We'll see. Because I do have lots of different reds. That could be really cool though, having stacked handprints. I want to have them all pointing in towards the hatch. That's just, you know, I don't still have the Black Templars and Dark Angels. She's a better man than me. You'd have to, you just have 3D printed a stamp or something for this point to do all this. But the thing is, a stamp wouldn't work because it's a rounded surface. So like, I don't think it'd work out. Get the paint on my brushes dried. Flexible resin, it can be done. Fair enough. I don't know, I feel like doing this sort of shit freehand is the fun part of doing nights. Like, the cool part about doing nights is just like all the crazy tiny things that you paint on them. Like, the freehand is what it's all about for me. You vote to crew make your next project once the spot opens up, then I buy a Tyrannofex and finally a Hierophant. That's fucked. Never tried freehanding much, to be honest, always patterns. But I mean, even just like painting patterns, that's still freehanding. Like the vines on your panels, those are freehand. Ah, shit. Fucked that up. Need to come back through with our grey to clean that. Was very excited for how this hand was going to turn out, and then I just fucked it. Both the, yeah, okay. There's going to need to be a fair bit of cleaning done for this one. Yeah, so I'm going to need to get rid of this thumb and then clean up that part where the thumbprint is. Or that part of the palm. Just blowing on the paint there so it dries so I can fix it up quickly. Okay. Yep, that thumb is good. I just need to fix the part of the palm where the thumb print is, because I want to separate this section. Pretty good. I think if I solidify the red a little bit more, we'll be good. Because I need to bring a bit more of that arch back into the hand shape. I cut the grey a bit more into the palm, then I should be able to build out the arch a bit more, and then pull it back out. Need to fix it up a little bit. Okay, that should be good, and then we'll just be able to build out the red part of the print. Yeah, honestly, I thought I was going to hate this. I'm actually really liking this. Yeah, I was thinking I was going to absolutely hate doing these palm prints. I'm getting the feel for it, and it's really fun. Good. Then we just need to pull it back in to pull in the arch. Like that. There we are. Beautiful. Love that. The next one will be here. Probably puts a hand on the Discord. Believe it or not, he is Rebellion Props. He's got the STL dealer role. Okay. That's going to end up being a thumb. It's too thick and too short to be anything else. That is a thumb. Oh, but the issue is it's not at the right angle. Because I want the hands to all be pointing in towards the window. So maybe I'll have that be one of the fingers and I'll just thin it out a little bit with some grey. We'll see. Yeah, I'm definitely going to need to adjust these left 2 fingers. Okay, yep, I'll need to thin those 2 fingers. We'll get some of our grey. The thing is, we've started with the biggest panel, so the other white panels shouldn't take nearly as long as this. Just threw out photos for the part of the Lancy building as well. See what we've got. Ooh! Very clean coat you've got on the panels there. Also, the spear is fucking massive. I'm scared. I'm scared of when I have to do my Lancer. Good news, if I want a better shield, it's currently in the Discord. I will pick that up after the stream. I have no reason to refuse. Is an honor to hear praise of someone, or any praise from someone of your skill. You greatly appreciate it. Mate, I don't know who you're trying to glaze here. I am terrible at getting smooth coats on anything. Like, look at these white panels. They are the most disgusting, patchy things imaginable. And hang on. Let's go over here. I'm sure if I look at any of these panels, they're gonna be gross. Like, look at the streakiness on the red here. The patchiness on the white there. The blues are quite nice. I'm proud of the blues. But the white and red panels are so gross. I reckon I do one more handprint here. And maybe one over here. Hang on, one sec. I'll be right back. I'm just going to go to the loot. I'll be back in just a second, actually. Because I do not want to try to paint these tiny handprints while I need to piss. Tactical piss, true and real. The panels are just the primer, just primed the black and added the silver outlines. But I mean, black primer has a really nice sheen to it. I done with the freehand yet? Not quite, Mac. Got one or two more handprints for this top panel. And then we're going to do them all on the other white panels as well. Legit the worst part of any painting stream. What a hater. This is legit the best part of any painting stream. This is the most fun part. Because we're going to get some, we're going to do we're going to do the red handprints on all of our white panels. This one's going to be a nightmare. If it makes you feel any better, you won't be done tonight. Look, no, it makes me happy that you're taking your time with your minis now, Technic. It's so fun when you put hours and hours into a single thing. I think Mac likes seeing models finished. Well, I don't know why he subbed to me, of all people. My brand is that we do not finish minis. Can I stream extra late tomorrow because you got to work till 10? We'll see. It depends on how tomorrow me is feeling. So I won't make any promises. That's too thick. Oops. That's also a little too thick. Man, all of those are a little too thick. Wow. I think I just have way too much paint on my brush there. Yeah. That's a rip. Maybe I just go over all of that in grey and just try again. Yeah, we'll let that dry and then we'll just go over that in grey and try again. Let's try over here while we wait for that to dry. This is looking a little better. This might be a good hand. Oh. Can't see. Yeah, I realized I've adjusted. Ow. Just put my elbow down on the very corner of my mat and it rolled off and hurt. If I'm ever feeling spicy, I can do marbling on the panels for the notes. Is this so big it makes it easy? Yeah, I probably won't do it for any of the armatures, but for the big ones, I am very tempted to try it. Thought of marbling like steak marbling a night made of pure beef flashed through your brain. Blood for the blood god. the corn knight in the most real of senses. The meat knight. think if I fix this pinky finger, we should be good. That's good. So then just the shape of the hand. There we go. I think that's a good one. It's not amazing, but it's not terrible. The Dominus Plasma Annihilator is functionally worse than a Dreadnought Plasma Cannon. That makes you angry. That is quite silly. You would think that the larger frame would carry a better weapon. Okay, so now we can go over these really thick fingers and cover them over so that we can try again on that handprint. Probably have to just completely smooth over this, let it dry, and then redo our gradient for this section. Yeah, so I'll just let that dry. The Sun Fury Plasma Annihilator you're trying to design in Blender? Right. By the way, any suggestions on how to do the window? Because right now it's just grey. I don't know how, yeah. I don't know how to do the window nicely, because I tried doing the window on the Questoris, and it came out okay. I wasn't a huge fan of it. I guess I could put like blood splatter on the window. Can you jewel them? What do you mean by jewel them? Blood for the blood god and have it dripping down? That could work, yeah. I could like stipple some red onto it and then have blood for the blood god pooling around the bottom and dribbling down and out that way or something. Do you make them glossy in a way? Hard to explain without a video. Right. Maybe that could work. Yeah, could do it for Battlefleck next. Need to be to make cockpits really stand out. Right. Well, I might if I paint fingers along the edge of the hat, it should look like it closed on someone's hands. True. I don't think I'll do that, but that does sound quite cool. Yeah, I reckon I probably won't do the window for the time being anyway. I'll just focus on doing the freehand for all the freehanding of the palm prints and that today. And then we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. And it's mid-hand like the pilot's pushing out from within. Potentially. I reckon if I do it with blood for the blood god, I think that could actually be achievable because the blood for the blood god is semi-transparent. So, where is it? Because with blood for the blood god, the effect is quite subtle. Oh, hang on. Let's just see if I can pick up a little bit without it going everywhere. But because it's quite transparent and glossy, I think it could work to sort of give the illusion of a handprint on the inside. Like... Obviously, this is a really shitty version. But, like... that sort of thing from the inside, I don't know. Could look like a handprint on the inside of it, as opposed to, like, the very stark ones on the outside edge. We'll see. Anyway, I'll cross that bridge when we get to it. Hey, let's go back to fixing this panel. Or even just the finger streaks across the glass. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I'll need to fix the gradient here, so get some of our white ink back. Thin it down a bit. Just pull it in from this direction. blast marks and impact scorches would look cool, or claw marks slightly tinged in red along the end, along the leg armor. Maybe, yeah. Cooking stream when? What's with the interest in the cooking stream? Can't cook in a hot tub? True. It's not that hot. And that sounds unhygienic. Yeah, I think I just need to let this dry. I keep like adding paint to it while it's wet, hoping that that'll cover it up, but it's just getting diluted with all the water that I have on my brush. So I just need to let this dry so that I can fix that up and then do the next handprint. Gene stealer sounds like name of a Slanesh demon, just saying. The different kind of genes they're stealing. You've seen I'm painting a small titan. Hey Silver, how you going, mate? Long time no see. And yeah, I may have bitten off more than I can chew in the in the form of that that Perithian knight. Oh, look at that, another one of Yodi's turned out to be great. Good job on the execution. Yeah, thanks, Francois. It is, yeah, I'm really liking how it's turning out. Okay, we should be good to try that last handprint over here now. I probably want to see if I can do that blend a little bit better. Yeah, sorry I haven't been on lately. No, that's all good, mate. You have no obligation to be here. You've got your own stuff going on. How's your paint formula coming along? Been down in the dumps? That's all good, mate. It happens to everybody. Yeah. Everybody's got their own shit happening. Or was that you didn't hear my question? Oh, I was asking, how's your work on your paint going? Yeah, I think the gradient's coming along all right now. We should be able to go back through with that handprint. But while we let that dry, I'll work on these ones. Haven't done anything since November, December, January, and February are bad months for you. Ah, right. Ah, well, mate. Everybody needs time to sort through their shit. And sometimes the creative juices just don't flow. First, we need a book about the Silent King. Need the Silent King, the Silent King, the fucking mute. There's not going to be a very interesting book if the main character is a mute. No, it doesn't need to be. He doesn't need to be the main character. It could be from a Necron that is close to the Silent King. Be about observing him. And he's not mute, he just only talks to a couple of Necrons. You sure he talks, or he's just issue command protocols? I'm pretty sure he talks to his direct, like he has like 2 Necrons that he talks to, doesn't he? Like in the story where where the Blood Angels end up fighting alongside the Necrons, and he's got the Mask of Sanguinius. Isn't that like? Doesn't he talk to one of like? Doesn't he whisper to one of his boys? Definitely no ideas and projects to do, so those ones are nothing but bad memories because you just let down. Yeah, I mean, I can't blame you for anything like that, mate. It's just sometimes you just need time to yourself. Nothing wrong with that. Isn't his slave boy the one that talks with Dante? Yeah, on the behalf of the Silent King, though. Like, he's relaying the Silent King's words. Or did he talk to Dante? Oh, okay. Actually, I'm not sure. I can't comment on that. You guys probably know more about it than I do. But I was pretty sure that it was the Silent King's words in any... whether it's him or one of his boys relaying it. But yeah, it's not that the Silent King can't talk, it's just that he doesn't talk. What's with the bloody handprints? So Silver, I'm not sure if... So, were you here for when we were working on the Zinchian Knight? Oh, shit. Oh, no. No! Oh, that's gross. I'm gonna have to fix that up. But basically, Silver, with all my knights, I'm going for them to be slightly... Chaos inspired, so they're inspired by the Traitor Legions. So the first one we did was Thousand Suns, and so it was pre and post Heresy Thousand Suns colors and iconography. And so the armigers, I'm doing them as the armigers are World Eaters inspired, and so I've got pre and post Heresy World Eaters colors on them. And so we've got the pre-heresy colors in the blue and white, and then post-heresy in the red and gold. And then the bloody handprints are like the hand of Latara. But yeah, I'm not sure if you saw it or not, Silver. But in the short that I uploaded, that has the finished Night Quest Doris that we were working on for the past few months. So what are you listing off? It's super random. Francois, they're doing 40k smash or pass. Accidentally got way too much paint on my brush there. Clean that out. Gonna do one more handprint for the cockpit hatch, and then we'll go back to doing the back panel there. Gonna buy a few 3D printers and start printing a Warlord. I see, going all in. Multiple 3D printers for that fucker. Mac, is it who you can beat in a fight, or is it who you can take? This is not one of my best handprints we're doing here, but I think it passes muster. It's good enough. Gork. The correct answer here is not smash or pass, Mac. It is crump. Mork's hella cute until he crumps you in the back of the head. Okay, I think that's pretty good for our cockpit to begin with, at least. We might come back through and do more handprints later in a different color, in a different red, and overlay them over each other. But I think that's good enough for now for that one. Don't even joke like that. Slanesh is whatever you want them to be, Mac. 500 squigs. Why'd you write it like 5? I think this palm needs to extend down a little bit further. Emperor? That's just straight up necrophilia. this handprint is really bad. I don't know how I can fix it. I don't know if shape of fingers will help or length of palm. I think a longer palm might help it. It looks, yeah, because right now it looks like a paw print. A longer palm like this. No, now it looks like a footprint. Just get the thumb in there, see if that helps it. It helped it marginally. So now to fix it, I think I need to thin out the fingers, spread them, make them a little longer, and make the cavity in the middle larger. Okay, the index finger is definitely what's making it look bad. The angle of it's way off. Index finger needs to come from like here, I reckon. Not saying smash to an orc, but what if he's a lovely gentleman? Okay, I think we'll let this dry and then we'll come back through with our grey, and I reckon we can fix that and make it look okay. If it's James Grond, orc extraordinaire. You can't say no to that. Some hairs that are on the model here, and I can't get rid of them. Just like bits of dust or fluff or something. Quite sad. Yeah, that's a lot better. That is already a lot better. Like brush then clean the dust. Oh no, I was doing that, but Francois, I think what happened is it's actually just it's set in the very top layer of the white coat that I did ages ago. There's not a lot I can do about it. I reckon that's fine enough. But I need to go back to doing the small hands like that one there. Whoa. Do I lick the brush? Yeah, I do. Oh, I made a mess of that. How can I fix that? All I'm seeing is I can turn that into the thumb and rotate the hand that way. Yeah, I reckon that's what we do. We turn that into the thumb and we rotate the hand. Oh, there we go. I think this one will come along nicely, actually. I think this will be a good one. Unfortunately, this bloody exhaust is in the way. think that's fine. It's not one of my best ones, but it's decent. It's recognizable. Box of skulls when? I don't want to go all out on the skulls. Because the skulls, I think, are too overt. But I reckon 1 or 2 more handprints for this panel. Box of little pony toys when? I do not have a younger sister, so those were never in my household. Obviously haven't seen enough Imperial stuff. Skulls are everywhere on buildings and vehicles. Oh no, yeah, I understand that. Like, there's one right there. But I think like when I have a box of skulls and I'm just putting actual skulls all over it, at that point I think it's a little bit too cornate. Lies, your terrain pieces are covered in skulls straight from GW, and they're not metal skulls, they're at-scale human skulls. Yeah, and Francois, there is a reason that Khorne is routinely one of the strongest Chaos Gods. Okay, now I reckon I'll try to do one on the corner here as well. I think this will be a tough one because of how little space there is, but we'll see how we go. think what we do is we'll go like 1, 4. We'll have the thumb here. That. Then we'll have the little bump of the thumb there. And the gap. And then the shape of the hand. Like that. Bring it down and around. Wonder if Sir Iron noticed that he was on the list. Oh, I noticed, and then I saw that Mac immediately after that said twice a day for a month. That was towards the Void Dragon. That's not how it reads, Mac. Look, I'm flattered. It's fine, there's no judgment here. Okay, I'm probably going to say that I'm happy with how that's turned out. Thinking that I might call it around here for the day, because we've done a lot of freehanding. I've painted too many hands today. But yeah, I'm quite happy with how this has turned out. Because today we have... Oh, it looks really good from a distance, actually. Holy shit. It looks great from a distance. Looking at it up close has made me really paranoid about it. But, like, from around this sort of far away... Where are we? There we are. Oh my god, that looks fucking awesome. That was so worth it. So, all that's going to be left for hand, so the remaining parts that will need hands on them will be that one. So we need the shoulder pad there. Free-handed hands. Yep, this was literal free-handing. So we're going to need to do the shoulder pad, the leg, the ankle, maybe one hand per toe. And I don't know how we're gonna manage with the gun there. Might need to come up with something else for that. But yeah, the hand patterns look awesome. Thanks for sticking with me through this shit, guys. This was a, I was gonna say this is a slog, but it was actually really fun. I'm astonished at how much I enjoyed that. I thought I was gonna hate it. But yeah, I'm gonna head off. Thanks for stopping by, everybody. We'll be streaming again tomorrow. I'll probably be back to the Tau Riptide suit for tomorrow. But, oh, you hear those knuckle cracks? That was a good one. Anyway, I'm gonna head off. I'll catch you guys later. Bye-bye.